Hello. Hi. Hi everyone. Welcome. Hi. 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 Where's my... Hold on.
Hello there.
Hello there. Hi. Welcome. Happy Friday. I had a pretty long day today. But we're here now. It's the evening. And I finished Larch Spinney chapter 4, page 3. Let me pop a little up. We'll pop a silly little preview up here. We'll just slide a silly little boop. All right. Yeah. Here's our update. So we did most of this on stream, but I finished it up today. I'm pretty happy with it. I've been trying to do a lot as far as like varying my frame composition. This is kind of a very wordy conversation, and really about as wordy as my comic gets. But this is a huge exposition part. There's like stuff that you're learning about that I'm hoping will pay off later. And stuff that'll sort of come up. What we're getting now is actually a little bit of backstory. If you've read the interludes sections, you know a little bit about the overlap zones. And if you've just read the dialogue, then like you've heard people talk about it. Like that's what the Larch Spinney, the location is in. It's an overlap zone, which is these spots in the city where dimensions sort of cross over. So depending on how, like what is happening in an overlap zone, weird shit can happen. And in this case, the Magician's Council is worried about about portals opening up in them and like travelers coming in. So they're talking about it with Lobsec, the like city security, and they're talking about it with the Rooks, which Thwaite, who we followed in. But we also get to meet another of like sort of important players. And because they're sort of in a meeting room, we have an excuse to give a little like name card in front of them. You know, obviously if we try and get creative with the camera angles, we're not going to be able to do that for all of them. But here we are. So we meet 4 entirely new characters in this page, 3 of which haven't even been shown in like a previous page. But we've got Representative Rail of the Witches Council. We've got Representative Vera Aniton of Lobsec. We've got we hear his full name, President Hargrave, or well, we get his full name as like separate bits. Shale Hargraven is the president of the academy. We don't know that yet. We just know that he is a president. And then all we see here is Representative Kata. This is Kata Wazwe from Crown Plaza. So she actually represents the Crown, which is, who's in charge of the city, Ripley's family. So there's a lot of important people at this meeting, and they're all sort of arguing about who should take responsibility for these like portals opening up, the overlap zones suddenly being open is a problem that they all are gonna have to deal with. I'm giving a lot of nice information for people to bite into at the beginning of the chapter here. Particularly here, this will probably become more clearer later on, but we've mentioned the event before that they're referring to, the Aetheri disaster. That is something that in the article that Ripley, or that Nat pulled up about Ripley when she was like a kid and got sent away to boarding school, that is the event that preceded that happening. And we see here that Rootkeeper Grosbeck went half mad trying to chase them down, and then we hear that the travelers were children, which if we're very keen about taking notes, comprehensive readers will realize that they're talking about Larch Spinney. They're talking about Ripley, Kayla, and Arlen, and they got away. And at least a member of the Crown Plaza is sort of sympathetic to them, as like, there are definitely people that are like, they shouldn't be pursued. So we're getting a lot of information here that connects to other stuff that we've sort of read before, and it'll get clearer and more abundant as we go forward, and the characters sort of like have to come to terms with their pasts. So yeah. We're also getting a little of the jabbing at each other. The existence of Lobsec and the Rooks has been mentioned before, but we've never seen them interact. How does a like regular security team that's sort of like responsible for the city's security as a whole mesh with the explicitly magical security team? And it seems like the first interaction we see with them is they're jabbing at each other, which this is going to set the stage for their relationship and the story. Not like a whole lot of action, but a lot of information is being dumped on the readers right now. But yeah, I'm excited. This will be going up tomorrow, so keep an eye out for that. We're 3 for 3 on weeks, so yeah, we just gotta keep on hammering out our pages, and then we'll have a respectable schedule. This is about the same page schedule I had when the lockdown was in full effect, and I was I got around to actually being productive. So this is I'm feeling good about this. I feel like I've hit my stride again, And not only that, I'm very happy with the look of a lot of the pages of chapter 4 so far. I've made several big changes. I've mentioned before the palette and the lettering that I'm sort of playing around with. And then on top of that, I've been getting better at using the Sucreme brush, this sort of like textured pencil brush. I think it really does a good job of like producing a lot of the like textured shadow effects that we want without like going too hard on hatching. I love hatching, and I will use it almost any chance I get. But it looks nice to vary it and mix it up. It's giving things like a really nice textured look. And like I said, I'm getting better at using it. And it's given. I particularly was enjoying at the end of chapter 3 how it was starting to look with the sort of outdoor backgrounds. We didn't get as much of a chance to play with it in the sort of harsh lighting of the nightclub, but that sort of gave me a chance to get familiar with it and like get ready for using it in like a standard shading environment. So yeah. That is our update for this week. So we can enjoy that once it's up. Well, I'm going to assume that Sunday night will be normal. So you have that to look forward to if you're part of the normal crew. I feel like even though I stream late on Sundays, I don't see a lot of folks from Sunday come in, but that might just be a matter of consistency. I don't see a lot of folks from Sunday come in if we do late streams on other days, is what I mean to say, which is probably a matter of consistency, but I definitely notice more folks come in if we do a later stream. So I've got a selection of Graybles for us tonight. I'm gonna pop on over. I have monhun queued up. You've all seen me try and start it before. It takes like a hot minute to open up, so I wanted it to be ready to go. I apologize if I switch over, and we're in the middle of. Okay, I have it off right now, so you should not be hearing monhun. Let me double check. Let me pull up my Twitch. And then okay, I think we're good. So I have 3 selections for us today. These are Armenian fairy tales. The first one I have here is called The Clever Weaver. It's from Andrew Lang's Fairy Books, which is a collection that we've read from before. This one is a 6-minute story, 1 minute longer than the minimum. I'm double checking now that I know to look for the signs. I'm double checking the scroll bar, and it does look like it is in fact around 6 minutes. Not a fucking single sentence story. We have another one that might be a little bit shorter, but then we have a third one that's a bit longer. So, we're eating good tonight. So this is the Clever Weaver. Once upon a time, the king of a far country was sitting on his throne, listening to the complaints of his people and judging between them. That morning, there had been fewer cases than usual to deal with, and the king was about to rise and go to his gardens when a sudden stir was heard outside, and the Lord High Chamberlain entered, and inquired if His Majesty would be graciously pleased to receive the ambassador of a powerful emperor who lived in the east and was greatly feared by the neighboring sovereigns. You know, they know exactly how royalty like communicate and respect each other only by being dangerous to each other. The volatile state of royalty. The king, who stood as much in dread of him as the rest, gave orders that the envoy should be admitted at once and that a banquet should be prepared in his honor. Then he settled himself again on his throne, wondering what the envoy had to say. The envoy said nothing. He advanced to the throne where the king was awaiting him, and stooping down, traced on the floor with a rod. This is like audience chamber 101. You don't let the wizard keep his staff. That if you've seen Lord of the Rings, Gandalf is going to say,
"You wouldn't deprive an old man of his walking stick."
but it's his fucking casting implement. Do not let that man have it unless you are ready to get spelled upon. And I'm quite certain that is what is about to happen. Traced on the floor with a rod which he held in his hand, a black circle all around it. Then he sat down on a seat that was near and took no further notice of anyone. The king and his courtiers were equally mystified and enraged at this strange behavior, but the envoy sat as calm and still as an image, and it soon became plain that they would get no explanation from him. As I made a floor mural. Is it a mural if it's on a floor? Probably. I made a floor mural, and it speaks for itself. I don't need to. I respect that as an artist. That is absolutely a valid way to sometimes you just need to let the work speak for itself. The ministers were hastily summoned to a council, but none of them could throw any light upon the subject. This made the king more angry than ever, and he told them that unless before sunset they could find someone capable of solving the mystery, he would hang them all. Yeah, always. Yeah, classic kings. That's always how it goes. The king was, as the ministers knew, a man of his word. They're like, he's literally going to kill all of the courtiers. And then he's gonna be super angry that all of his courtiers are dead, and then his violence will continue. And they quickly mapped out the city into districts so that they might visit house by house. They mapped out the city so they could escape and question the occupants as to whether they could fathom the action of the ambassador. Most of them received no reply except a puzzled stare. Yeah, valid. But luckily one of them was more observant than the rest. How is that observant? He didn't see it. Maybe he's just like observant of the description. And on entering an empty cottage where a swing was swinging of itself, he began to think it might be worthwhile for him to see the owner. Opening a door... Oh, wait. Oh, I see. One of them was more observant than the rest. They're talking about the ministers. Okay, that's my bad. I thought that one of the cottage livers, one of the people, but this is the minister that's observant. And he walks in and he sees a swinging by itself, which, like, if you don't notice that, that's you're more observant than the rest is a very generous way of putting that. The rest of them absolutely were just like, this is the 20th house I've been to all day. I don't care. I'm gonna knock at the door, maybe take a peep inside and move on. I think I'm just gonna get hanged, and I'm just gonna complete the list of houses before we just all try to escape together. But he found a swinging by itself, and he began to think it might be worthwhile for him to see the owner. Opening a door leading into another room, he found a second swing, swinging gently like the first. Oh, is there going to be 3 swings? And from the window, he beheld a patch of corn and a willow which moved perpetually without any wind, in order to frighten away the sparrows. This is a very observant minister. He can divine the purpose of moving the willow. Are we sure it's not just for effect, for vibe, for good photo opportunities, to have an enchanted wind zone that doesn't actually blow wind? Feeling more and more curious, he descended the stairs and found himself in a large light workshop. Like it's scant light workshop. In which was seated a weaver at his loom. But all the weaver did was to guide his threads, for the machine that he had invented to set in motion the swings and the willow pole made the loom work. So he's got a fucking, like, Rube Goldberg ass setup where there's a workshop and this, like, loom that is not actually being used for weaving. It's being used to make his willow sway in a non-existent breeze. That is a pretty clever person. You come in and you see someone that made a whole ass Rube Goldberg machine in their house, and you're like, you look like an idle mind that could solve a mystery. This is some Sherlock Holmes ass shit. I can't remember. I know in The Great Mouse Detective, Basil of Baker Street, the Sherlock Holmes stand-in mouse has a Rube Goldberg machine. I don't believe that not in any of the books I've read anyway, that Sherlock Holmes ever had, like, a Rube Goldberg machine. I could be wrong about that though. He definitely had, like, a chemistry lab, because that's how he made the cocaine. Or maybe he purchased it. He definitely would, like, be shooting up when Watson came, or whatever you do with cocaine. He saw the great wheel standing in the corner and had guessed the use of it. The merchant heaved a sigh of relief. At any rate, if the weaver could not guess the riddle, he at least might put the minister on the right track. So without more ado, he told the story of the circle, and ended by declaring that the person who could explain its meaning should be handsomely rewarded. Is the minister making the reward for the minister is not dying? So maybe the minister is setting up his own reward for, like, this is how much my life is worth. Come with me at once, he said. The sun is low in the heavens, and there is no time to lose. I wonder if it's some sort of star-based thing The weaver stood thinking for a moment and then walked across to a window, outside of which was a hen coop with two knuckle bones lying beside it. What? Did you feed a human to the hens? This is a the minister has made a terrible mistake. He's gone into the home of a serial killer that gives the bodies to the hens to clean up. These he picked up, and taking the hen from the coop, he tucked it under his arm. He's like, "Oop, you shouldn't be seeing these knuckle bones. I thought that they had devoured the entire body. I'm gonna just clean that up, and the hen with it, just to hide the fact that I'm doing over here." I am ready, he answered, turning to the minister. So he didn't say anything other than, I'm ready. He's like, I've got a mystery to solve. Let's go. In the hall, the king still sat on his throne, and the envoy on his seat, signing to the minister to remain where he was. The weaver advanced to the envoy and placed the knuckle bones on the floor beside him. For answer, the envoy took a handful of millet seed out of his pocket and scattered it round, upon which the weaver sat down the hen, who ate it up in a moment. At that, the envoy rose without a word and took his departure. As soon as he had left the hall, the king beckoned to the weaver. "You alone seem to have guessed the riddle," said he, "and great shall be your reward. But tell me, I pray you, what it all means." "The meaning, O king," replied the weaver, "is this. The circle drawn by the envoy round your throne is the message of the emperor, and signifies, if I send an army and surround your capital, will you lay down your arms? The knuckle bones which I placed before him told him, you are but children in comparison with us. Toys like these are the only playthings you are fit for." That is, it's a lot to read into some knuckle bones, but the millet that he scattered was an emblem of the number of soldiers that his master can bring into the field. But by the hen which ate up the seed, he understood that one of our men could destroy a host of theirs. I do not think, he added, that the emperor will declare war. That seems like a lot of supposition. I don't think that this guy is checking his checking his theories. They're playing a battle of the imagination. Except neither of them were very creative. It's like that scene in Sandman where they keep on saying I'm this thing, and it destroys your whatever you are. You have saved me and my honor, cried the king, and wealth and glory shall be heaped upon you. Name your reward, and you shall have it, even to the half of my kingdom. The small farm outside the city gates, as a marriage portion for my daughter, is all I ask, answered the weaver, and it was all he would accept. Only, O king, were his parting words, I would beg of you to remember that weavers are also of value to a state, and that they are sometimes cleverer than ministers. Oh, is that the... I'm glad that they gave us a moral. I thought there was going to be something more complicated at play there. That's sure, yeah. In a feudal society, it is easy to forget that tradesfolk are important people and should be treated as people. So that is an important. That is a true statement. I wonder how the weaver, well, based on his declarations, he just guessed what was going on, which seems very unlikely. I feel like a secret code as a riddle is not quite is not quite it's not quite a riddle. But such are things in fairy tale times. There is often something that is declared to be a riddle, but in fact it is just guess what I'm thinking. And some person that is clever will be like, why, yes, of course I can guess what you're thinking. You know, I wonder if in fairy tale times, if people were like, if people were all educated in the same way, they weren't consuming a lot of media. A lot of their lifestyles, at least among like members of the same class, would have been pretty similar. And there's not as much like communication and like variance in culture. So like people from the same area in the same class would have similar ways of thinking, or be able to guess what each other are thinking a lot better. I have never considered that before, but that is, I wonder if that's why things like that happen all the time, or like why even in like Lord of the Rings, when characters are like, give me a riddle, and it's like, I'm gonna name some random thing, and like you have to basically be a telepathic to like guess what I'm like thinking of. Guess what I'm thinking of is an often like a riddle that comes up in fairy tales, and I feel like maybe I'm just speaking from the privilege of a 2025 riddle having bourgeoisie, but hey, yeah, maybe that's what it is. So everyone get cozy. I've got my black tea. It should keep me up for a while. I got up pretty early today, but I'm hoping to at least get my sleep schedule to something that I would like to have, which is stay up pretty late, wake up late. This next story, another Armenian story. These are all Armenian folktales. This is a 4-minute read, which is, I supposed sometime last week, the last time that we did fairy tales, and I had the like really annoyingly short one about why cats wash their hands before or after they eat. It said it was 5 minutes, and I supposed that perhaps 5 minutes was the minimum that you could have. Here we see a 4-minute story, which means that my supposition was incorrect, and that tale is just grossly mislabeled. So this is The Bride of the Fountain. This will be a nice little palate cleanser in between our two other stories. Somewhere, I have heard that there were once 3 sisters whose mother went to town to buy them dresses. On her way back to the village, she sat down by a fountain to rest. I think this is supposed to say tush. As an exclamation. Oh yeah, exclaimed she. But not in my mind she's saying tush as in like, ass. Maybe that is what she's saying. Tush, exclaimed she, remembering that she had forgotten to buy a dress for her youngest daughter. Suddenly, an old man came out from the fountain, and standing before the woman said, "My name is Tush. Why did you call me?" to be fair, that's a really wild thing to say, unless tush is like a common exclamation. You're just when you this I feel like this happens in a lot of fairy tales. If you make a weird made up swear that you just like say to yourself to be cute, or possibly to like avoid like regular swears to like, you know, not offend people or something, there's a very high chance you're going to invoke some sort of forgotten evil or minor deity or fairy or something. It's never a good idea. I did not call you, said the woman. I exclaimed tush because I had forgotten to buy a dress for my youngest daughter.
Go bring her, said the old man, and call on me again. I will give her a dress.
Oh, better. He's a dressmaker, and his name is Tush. I feel like he's got to have some like. It's juicy shorts, isn't it? The woman went and brought her daughter to the fountain. As soon as she uttered the word tush, the old man came out. I don't know why I whispered it like that. Tush! The old man came out. He took the maiden into the fountain and never came back, in spite of the repeated exclamations of the woman, who, tired of repeating, tush, tush. At last she gave up hope. Going home, mourned the wonderful disappearance of her pretty daughter. Man, she got super scammed. This is exactly what happens. You say a made-up swear, a fairy shows up out of whatever thing you happen to be, anything that could conceivably be a door, and tricks you, does a daughter scam on you. Just says, yeah, I'll give your daughter a dress, bring her here, and then zoop, scammed. After 1 or 2 months, she went again to the fountain and uttered the word tush. The old man came out, and seeing the woman, he turned toward the fountain, saying, "Oh no. Halloo, son, your mother-in-law has come to call on her daughter. Won't you send her out?" Is he old? Yeah, he's old. That's fucked up. "Certainly," said a voice from within. "I will send her to pay a visit to her mother, as is the custom." In a few minutes, the anxious mother saw her daughter come out from the fountain, dressed as a beautiful bride, and she took her home. "Mama," said the bride, "give me a separate room. My husband told me that he will come to me every night." So I assume it's been 2 months, so I assume it's like Feywild rules, where it's like many years have passed. Although it doesn't mention her being any older. But the mother gave her a separate room. The bridegroom visited her every night in the shape of a partridge. He used to come after nightfall, and flapping his wings, perch on the window ledge. She opened the window and took him in. Every morning the partridge flew away before dawn. Her 2 sisters, envious of the happiness of their youngest sister, brought razors and nailed them around the window. Damn, that's wild. Are they envious of their sister, or are they worried about the old man fairy that's like preying on their younger sister? And the mother who was like, you know, gullible enough to get scammed into letting her get kidnapped, was like, yeah, you can have a separate room, and we're not going to do anything to like keep you safe. At nightfall, the partridge came flying, and when he was perching on the window, he struck his wings against the razors, which wounded his body in several places. He was hardly able to fly back to his fountain. There he was confined to his bed. He vowed to be revenged upon his bride, who he thought had put the razors in the window. The bride, seeing that the partridge did not come for 5 or 6 days, went with her mother to the fountain. "Tush," they called, and lo, the old man came out, and turning to the fountain exclaimed, "Son, your bride and mother-in-law have come." "Oh, oh," cried the part. "Oh, okay, so she married the boy. Okay, that makes sense. That's less, it's still bad, but the partridge boy." "Oh, oh," cried the partridge from within. "I do not want such a bride. I beseech you, put on your eagle's suit, take her to the 7th heaven, and thence cast her to the torrid desert." Father Tush at once changed himself into an eagle and carried the bride away and cast her to the sandy desert. It sounds like the dry desert, like the Mario level. There she fell upon the sand, but did not die. Sand doesn't kill you, you guys. Sand doesn't make you take damage. Oh, maybe, I guess he did drop her. So she didn't, I guess it means she didn't die from falling damage, because it's sand. Cushions the fall. "Oh heaven," exclaimed the maiden, "what have I done to deserve such treatment?" She wandered about in the desert without knowing where to go. At nightfall, she buried herself in the sand to sleep, just like Minecraft. Soon there came 2 conjurers who sat down near her. They conjured, and lo, innumerable great serpents gathered around them. They sat in council, inquired of each other, and prepared remedies for 1,001 diseases. For razor cuts they devised this remedy: wash the patient with the first milk from the breasts of a woman, and put upon the wounds the dried blood taken from a young woman's veins. On the 3rd application, the patient will be healed. Gross, but okay. That does sound like shit that a desert wizard would come up with. The maiden, who was listening to them attentively, kept that remedy in mind. Oh, so they're not there to, like, help her. They're just, like... Oh, because she buried herself. So they just happened to be having, like, a wizard meeting. And she was like, good to know. Now I know their spells." The maiden, who was listening to them attentively, kept that remedy in mind, and on the following morning started for her husband's fountain. After a long journey, she came to her own country, begged from the village women of mother's first milk. That's wild that someone had that on hand. And opening one of her veins, got some blood which she dried in the sun. She then went to the fountain, disguised as a lad. "Tush," she exclaimed, and the old man came out. "What do you want?" said he. "I am a doctor," she said. "I had forgotten to get some of my medicines in the village, therefore I said tush." The old man went in and informed his son that there was a human doctor on the fountain. "Bring him in," said the lad. "Let us see if he can administer some remedy to my wounds." Man, all the time that she was in the desert, he was like bleeding, which is wild. The maiden went in, and after an exclamation said, "I can heal you within 3 days." She washed him with the milk, and put the dried blood on the wounds. I feel like this wizardry is not sanitary at all. And on the 3rd day, oh, okay, we just skipped ahead. The lad was healed. I feel like that barely even counts as rule of 3, but like technically, I'll cheers to that. "What do you want me to pay you?" said the lad. "I do not want anything," said the maiden. I wish you only to remember my name." "What is it?" asked the lad. "Incense Tree is my name," answered the maiden. "Ah," exclaimed the lad, "that is my wife's name." I am your wife," said she, throwing away her masculine attire. I do love a reveal moment. She fell on his neck, sobbing, and told him how without fault she was. They they loved each other thereafter, and are still living in that deep fountain. 3 apples fell from heaven, one for me, one for the storyteller, and one for him who entertained the company. Ooh, oh, I like we've done like we've had our share of send-offs in this section of Graybles. I really like that send-off. That's so first of all, I'm kind of annoyed by the ones that are like, because they always have a like they lived happily ever after, or like, and that's the last thing I saw them doing, so I assume they're still doing it now, or like, and it's still there to this day, like that kind of shit. But like this one is just like, thank you for your time, make sure to tip your waiters, like, you make sure to clap for the fucking for the musical accompaniment, the doing the like indicating the pit orchestra. That is like a class act for a storyteller, and on top of that, it's poetic. There's the 3 apples as like the divinity has blessed. But one for me, but me is the storyteller, so I don't know who that is. Maybe it's the person that they got the story from. But yeah, maybe that's all the same guy. He said and gave me 3 apples. Maybe I don't like this as much. But still, it sounds cool. It's the apples is like a very nice. I like it much better than the "and it's still there to this day" one. That was a nicely sized story. That was certainly longer than 4 minutes. I'm beginning to suspect that none of these times are accurate, but I think the longer ones are generally a little bit more accurate. It's really difficult to, and we take so many tangents. Who's to say? You all know how much I love a giant story. So let's see what the Armenians have for in the way of giant stories. This is Bedik and the Invulnerable Giant. Bedik the Invulnerable. We're like one step away from like a Dark Souls boss. I think we need a little bit. I think we need a better verb than invulnerable, because like invulnerable seems like a given. It needs to be Bedik the impaled giant, or something, you know, something bad needs to happen to the giant, but like he's still going, and that is evidence of his invulnerability. This is A.G. Seclemian. I almost thought it said Skeleman, and I got really excited. A.G. Seclemian. So this is Bedik and the Invulnerable Giant. I have a prediction that there will be an invulnerable giant in this one. Many years ago, there was a king who had 7 sons. As soon as each one of the princes was of age, his father sent him on an expedition that he might display his bravery and marry the maiden whom he preferred. Thus, 6 of the princes acquired wives, but heaven only knows whether they displayed real bravery or not. Well, forget those guys. I love stories that are like, this often happens where it's like, there's a family with siblings. Don't worry about the older ones. We only care about the youngest one. But it feels like extra extraneous when it's like more than 3. They're like, yeah, there's 7. Don't worry about the first 6. It was now the turn of the 7th son, whose name was Bedik. I don't know what this 1 is for. That seems like it might be a typo. His father gave him a horse of lightning, a magic sword, and a bow and arrow. 2 of those things are fucking like wild for a king to give to his last. What did the other sons get? If he had a horse of lightning, and this isn't like a deity or a magician king. This is just like a king. But the bow and arrow is throwing me. He's like, son, I want you to have this sick fucking lightning horse. He's super fast and electrocutes things and can fly, probably. This magic sword, which that's not very descriptive. It could be a +1 sword, or it could be a +3 Vorpal sword. We have no way of knowing. Possibly we will get to observe the properties of it, but that's still pretty sick to give your level 1 prince heading out. Not as cool as the horse. And then he's like, and a bow and arrow. Is it magic? No. Is it made of lightning? No. It's just a bow and arrow. Those gifts really get like less impressive as I feel he should have led it's bearing. Well, no, it's not bearing the lead. Burying the lead is the opposite of like building up to something. I feel like these should have been built up. I feel like it should have started with the bow and arrow and then being like, oh, like, thank you, father. Yeah, I can use this to hunt and range people out if they're in impassable terrain. And then he's like, and a fucking lightning horse. And he's like, holy shit, that's wild. Go, my son, and may heaven grant you good luck. Bedik started and traveled through the length and breadth of the world, visiting the land of darkness, the land of light, the land of fairies, the land of giants. It's weird there's not an and here. He did battle with men, beasts, genii. I assume that's like jinn. The plural of jinn is jinn. Gene. I don't think the plural of genie is genii. I think I would prefer genies if you're gonna say it like that, or just genie. He did battle with genie. Like that's fine. Don't make it genii. And all kinds of creatures which he encountered on the way, and overcame them all. But in his wars, he lost all his servants and his wealth. He was alone. One day, When he came to a magnificent castle built of marble, decorated with gold and jewels, and surrounded with orchards and flower gardens. He walked about building and gazed. He walked about the building and gazed everywhere, but could see no human being, man or woman, or non-binary. He waited all the day, concealed behind some bushes. Toward evening, there came a giant, capital G giant, covered all over with armor, brandishing his bow and arrows. Are they magical though? Which were of heavy steel. If he's got that like the great bow from like Elden Ring, our hero is severely outclassed. When he walked, the earth trembled. When he came near the castle, becoming aware of the presence of a human being, he exclaimed, "Aha, I smell a human being." Oh, that is a known property of giants, as they do have the ability to smell humans. I go a-hunting to the mountains, and lo, the prey has come to my home. Ho, human being, disclose yourself, else I will make a morsel of you. I'm suspicious. I'm suspicious he's going to make a morsel of him, regardless of whether he discloses himself. The lad was looking at the giant from his place of concealment. He was the strangest creature that he had ever seen. Neither a sword nor arrow could pierce him. Nevertheless, he decided to face him. He said, "Cowabunga it is." I'm pretty high level now that I've been on adventures, although he lost his money and friends. Maybe he spent all his money upgrading his gear. And coming out from behind the bushes, he stood before him. "Who are you?" asked the giant. "The bird with its wing and the snake on its belly could not approach this castle of mine. And how could you venture to come? Have you not heard of the fame of the invulnerable giant?" "I have," said the lad bravely. "And my name is no less famous than yours. I am Bedik. I have traveled all over the world, and having heard of you, I came to measure swords with you." Well, that's a way to say it. Oh my god. What if we measured our swords? What if I came to your castle and we measured our swords? What if we made the swords kiss? Do we have a do we have yaoi? No, we don't. I think I tried to. Do we? No. Okay. Note to self: get the yaoi 7TV emote. The giant gazed at the lad for a moment and suddenly sneezed. The burst of air through his nostrils caused the lad to leap 10 rods away. I wonder how much a rod is. "Halloo!" exclaimed the giant, laughing. "You do not seem to be very well able to fight me, do you?" I mean, that a wind, a sneeze blast. There's no way he can do that on command unless it's a recharge on a 5 or a 6. Certainly not an at-will power. Oh, unless he has some sort of like pepper. Oh, that would be actually a fun creature. Or an alchemical item. It's like a pepper thing that makes you involuntarily do like a breath attack. I'm gonna write that down. That's a cool idea. I forgot where I even put my notes for shit like this. Sneezing powder that gives you an involuntary breath attack. I like that idea a lot. Nay, come here again. Do not be afraid. I will not hurt you. I have heard about you. You are a brave little fellow, but you see, you can do no harm to me, because I am invulnerable. Come be my servant, for I need a skillful human servant, and I do not think I can find a better one than you. Bring your sword and bow and arrows. You see, they are not available to pierce me. We may need them for hunting and other purposes. The lad consented, and they lived together for a time. Oh, they did. Oh, they ended up after. Wouldn't that be funny if they were like, and they lived happily ever after? That would be a kick-ass fairy tale. I want whether someone make that. Maybe they still get to live together at the end. I'm suspicious he's gonna kill the giant, but I don't. That doesn't have to be canon. We can pretend that it's actually a romance. If there's a different romance, if they like pull like heterosexual relationship out of this somehow, I'm gonna be pissed off. You see, I am immortal, but I have an anxiety which gnaws at my heart day and night. This is getting real. The king of the east has a daughter, and there is no beauty like hers under the sun. What did I fucking say, story? I have made 7 expeditions to carry her away, but so far have not succeeded. If you can bring her here, I will bestow upon you a kingly reward. Okay. I'm pissed off that this isn't a love story between these two, an enemies to lovers kind of, or a rivals to lovers. But I do like this sort of Shrek setup where the villain hires you to go get the like princess for them, and then, you know, obviously the hero realizes that, hey, I'm a pushover. I shouldn't be working for the villain. But this being a fairy tale, I'm assuming that this is a sort of cunning long con being put on by Bedik. If you can bring her here, I will bestow upon you a kingly reward. I will bring her for you, said the lad. But do you promise it upon your soul, said the giant. That seems like an unnecessary warlock pact kind of deal. I do, answered the lad, and at once started on the expedition. After a long journey, he came to the city of the king of the east, changed his clothes, took the shape of a farmer boy. Did he magically do that? He is high level. Maybe he has alter self, or at least disguise self, and became the apprentice, or maybe it's just talking about the transformation of a good disguise. And became the apprentice of the king's gardener. This is a trick that he has. Is he says, I'm gonna become staff. This is clearly not the first time he's done this, and the giant wasn't either. This is a trick he's learned as a lone adventurer. He saw the king's daughter sitting in her window and working with her needle. She was so beautiful that she seemed to say to the sun, "You do not need to shine, since I am shining." The lad fell in love with her and began to curse the hour when he made the solemn promise to convey her to the giant. One day, taking advantage of the absence of his master, the lad stripped off his humble clothes and, putting on his princely garments, mounted his horse of lightning and rode in the king's garden. The maiden was looking from her window and saw him. She had never seen a young man so perfect, and she fell in love with him. On the following day, she sent 2 of her maids to the youth, informing him of her love. The imagine doing like an Aladdin thing where it's like, I'm just gonna ride my horse around in the garden in front of her and hope no guards take me away, and then she sends like servants to be like, hey, the princess thinks you're hot, she's watching from up there, you probably know that. Alright. 2 of her maids informing him of her love. The lad sent her word who he was, how he had heard of her wondrous beauty, and now he was waiting to do anything that she might order. The city was surrounded by high walls, though fear of the invulnerable giant, who assaulted it every year with the intention of carrying off the maiden. But the people of the city, being brave fighters, would not let the maiden be borne away. So the lad had a hard task to perform. One day the girl sent to him, through her maids, the following message. Tomorrow is the feast of the Navasard, when all the maidens of the city go out for recreation and merriment. But I am not allowed to go forth, because it is the day when the invulnerable giant makes his annual assault to seize me. I assume he plans it because of that, otherwise they could just change the date, or maybe it's important that it's that day. I will, however, go to the garden by the riverside, which is surrounded by high walls. There I will wait for you to see you display your bravery. What is his... Is he just gonna kidnap her? I do like that she explicitly is like, I want to run away with you. So that's... I'm suspicious that's the most we're going to get in the way of giving this woman some agency. But I'm willing to be pleasantly surprised. Having received this message, on the next day the youth put on his princely garments, girded his magic sword, and taking his bow and arrows, mounted his horse of lightning. Still, you did the wrong order. It should be bow and arrows, magic sword, horse of lightning. It's not that hard. Just get it. But it was better this time than the first time. Once or twice, he coursed the steed near the garden wall until it began to gallop as fast as if it had wings. One stroke of the whip, and lo, it jumped over the wall like an eagle. How do you ride a horse with a whip? Maybe it's like an equestrian kind of situation. I was imagining him like riding it with like holding the reins. Sorry, I bumped the mic. And instantly the horse and its rider alighted in the middle of the garden. Behind him, and in the twinkling of an eye, the lad put his arm around the maiden's waist, and placing her beside him on the saddle, gave another stroke of the whip, which made the horse leap over the garden wall, and in a second they were on safe ground outside the city, galloping like a flash of lightning. The maids in attendance were horror-stricken, thinking that it was a hurricane which had taken their lady from them. It was a long time before they understood what had taken place. Then they informed the king, who sent out his bravest horsemen in pursuit of the fugitives, but it was too late. The couple on the back of the horse of lightning passed over the mountains and valleys until they came to the border of the deep river. A stroke of the whip, and the steed swam the deep waters and emerged on the other side. The king's horsemen came as far as the river, but seeing that the couple had crossed the frontier, they returned. As soon as the maiden and the youth had crossed the water, and the invulnerable giant's castle appeared in the distance, the maiden said to the lad, "Bedik, dearest, we have come so far, and you have not spoken a single word to me. You have shown no sign of love. For heaven's sake, did you kidnap me for yourself or for another?" "You said for heaven's sake," replied the lad. "I will therefore tell you the truth. Is that the rules? I have kidnapped you for the invulnerable giant. I have promised to deliver you to him." "Alas," exclaimed the maiden, "may heaven's curse rest upon the invulnerable. He could not get me for all the world. You do not reflect that it was by your skill and valor that you secured me. Woe be to frail womanhood. Maidens are the slaves of their hearts. For you, only for you, I eloped. If you reject me, here is the deep water, and here the high precipice. I would better be food for fishes and birds. May heaven's fire burn and consume the hard hearts of men." So saying, she prepared to throw herself down the abyss into the deep water. The lad's heart began to burn like a furnace, and he took hold of her, crying, "Nay, dearest, do not harm yourself. It was because of the vow I made upon my soul that I am taking you to the giant. And the day you become his wife, I'll put an end to my life with this sword. For without you, your life for me would be a curse. Without you, life for me would be a curse." This is some emo ass shit. But I am liking that she's getting to do stuff at least. Not feeling great about being like, I guess it's fine if you kidnap me and give me to the giant. I will. But if they, you know what I would like to see? I would like to see her participate in like how to get out of this situation, and perhaps a plan that the two of them hatch will save them. They exchanged vows that they would use every means to put a speedy end to the invulnerable giant and then be married, because they could not marry without destroying the giant. That is a pretty metal way to do a vow. It's like we're going to get married, but not before killing this villain. Thereupon they mounted the horse and began to proceed toward the castle. The giant, who from the tower of the castle was looking their way, seeing them at a distance, immediately came down and ran to meet them. He expressed his gratitude to the lad, and his excess of love to the maiden. He treated her with extreme kindness, fearing that he might hurt her tender feelings with his unpolished manners. "Are you pleased with this place?" he asked her. "What do you want me to do in order to make you as happy as possible?" "I am very well, thank you. You are everything for me," said the maiden, suppressing her bitter hatred towards him. "But my parents consented to send me to you only under the condition that I should keep myself a virgin 7 years longer. I have given an oath that I will do so. Otherwise, the love with which they have cherished me would turn into poison and defile my whole life. Do you accept this condition?" "I do," said the giant. "As you are now in my hand, I am willing to wait not only 7 years, but if necessary, 7 times 7 years. They exchanged solemn vows and declared that Bedik should live with them and be the best man at their wedding. The maiden occupied one apartment of the castle, the youth and the giant the other apartments, and so they lived for a time. This is okay. So throuple. But the lad and the maiden were uneasy. It was in vain to think of killing the giant. He was invulnerable. If they eloped, he would certainly overtake them, and there was no escaping from his wrath. I don't know. They can't go back to the castle. But if all it takes to keep him out is a big wall, I feel like I feel like they could escape him. One day, as the giant was lying on the couch with his head on the maiden's lap, that's... okay. His head is probably way too big for her lap. She said to him, "In former times, how did you live alone without any companions? And how is it that you are invulnerable, when so many arrows and swords are thrown at you? What is the secret of your immortality?" At first the giant refused to tell, but the maiden importuned him, saying, "If you will not inform me, then you do not love me. Tell me in plain words that you love me not, and I will cease to live." Damn, she's that... I said I wanted her to do more stuff, but I didn't mean for her to be like threatening this. This is not what I had in mind. The giant was at last persuaded to give up his secret, and he said, 7 days' journey from this castle, there's a white mountain where lives an unsubduable white bull, which neither man nor beast dares to approach. Once in 7 days he becomes thirsty and goes to the top of the white mountain, where there is a white fountain with 7 white marble reservoirs full of water, which he drains at a single draught. The bull has in his belly a white fox, which in its turn has in its belly a white box, made of mother of pearl. Oh wait, this sounds like the immortal Bony. In that box are 7 white sparrows. Those are my spirits, and those are my 7 secrets. The bull cannot be subdued, the fox cannot be caught, and the box cannot be opened. The sparrows cannot be seized. If either of them is taken, the others will escape. So I remain unconquerable and invulnerable and immortal. He absolutely did a Bony thing, where I haven't read this on here, but if you're a What the Folklore fan, you probably know about the immortal Bony. There is a figure in Slavic folklore who goes by several names, but the immortal Bony is the funniest one. Koshchei the Immortal is probably the most common one. He is kind of the sort of like inspiration for liches that, like, you know, necromancers take their soul and put it into an object to give themselves a sort of like false immortality. And of course, the sort of source for like Voldemort and any number of like evil, unkillable wizards. But this particular Bony specifically hid his soul in a sort of like matryoshka of like a bunch of different things, and it's only by like extreme cunning or sort of like thinking outside the box that heroes can like threaten him. I don't believe Bony is ever unimmortaled in the stories he appears in. I don't know if I've read all of them though. And he occasionally has run-ins with Baba Yaga as well, because they're both powerful Slavic figures. The maiden told the secret to Bedik, adding, "I have done what I could, now it remains for you to do the rest." He's like, I used my one trick, which is threatening my own life. After a few days, the lad girded on his sword, and bearing his bow and arrow, took leave of the giant. Wow, is he gonna get the horse? I feel, oh, you know what? The sword, bow, and horse are a rule of 3. And bearing his bow and arrow, took leave of the giant, saying that he would go on a month's journey. He started, and went directly to the convent of the 7 wise monks, who were renowned all over the world for their great erudition and learning. After performing his religious duties before the holy altar, he asked the monks, "How is the unconquerable man conquered, and the unsubduable beast subdued?" And he received the following answer: "Man by woman, beast by wine." You shouldn't be giving animals wine. Oh, I guess it is a bull. A bull can probably take wine. On the following day, he loaded 7 horses with 7 skinfuls of 7-year-old. It didn't have to be 7-year-old wine. And where did he get the 7-year-old wine from? Wasn't he poor? Maybe it's the giant's money. He emptied and took them to the mountain. He emptied the water out of the 7 marble reservoirs and filled them with wine, turning the water of the fountain elsewhere. Nearby, he dug a trench and, hiding himself, waited for the result. At the end of 7 days, the white bull came to drink, and smelling the wine, he was so much terrified that he leaped as high as the height of 7 poplar trees and ran back roaring and bellowing. On the following day he returned, being thirsty, drank the wine, and was over. I feel like if Vedic was like, he saw him run away, I would have saw that and been like, oh, my plan didn't work. I wouldn't have waited another day and been like, no, just give it time. Drank the wine and was overcome. He can't hold his liquor, the bull. He leaped once or twice and fell down senseless. The lad drew his sword and approached and cut off the bull's head. All right. So he's disabled the first layer of the soul protection. Let us return a moment to the palace of the giant. It was the last day of the 7 years during which he had waited for the maiden. He had gone to the hunt, that they may have noble game for their wedding dinner. When the bull was overcome and fell, the giant began to grow drowsy. As soon as the youth cut off the bull's head, the giant turned dizzy, and a tremor ran through his frame. "Alas," cried the giant, "someone has killed the white bull. I know it is my fault. I gave my secret to the maiden, and she has told it to Bedik or some other lover. The bull is killed, and I must die. I will go and kill the maiden. She is not to be for me. Why shall she be for another?" So saying, he began to run toward the castle. Wow, he's very clever. I guess that makes sense. I like a clever fairy tale villain. It could have been so much more. It could have been a beautiful romance. Even if not with just Bedik, it could have been a beautiful threesome. Bedik cut the bull's belly open. The fox was also drunk and stupid. The fox is sort of like eating whatever the bull eats, which is it's like a parasite fox. He cut off his head. The giant lost his senses, and the blood began to gush out of his nostrils. The youth, opening the stomach of the fox, obtained the pearl box and put it in warm blood. Is that because the metal expanded? Like, is it like rinsing a pickle jar in hot water? Or maybe it just needed lubrication. Well, whatever. And the lid was opened, and the lad seized the 7 sparrows. How did he seize the sparrows? Why would they not fly? I believe I'm giving them the benefit of the doubt on all the other tricks, but I feel like... And the lad seized the 7 sparrows. Thereupon streams of blood began to run from the giant's mouth and ears, and his 2 eyeballs started from their sockets like 2 great pomegranates. But still, he was running toward the castle, sword in hand, roaring like a mad beast. The maiden was horror-stricken and quickly ran to the top of the tower, determined to throw herself thence. Man, she's... Oh, you know what? That's 3 times. And kill herself rather than fall into the hands of the giant. The giant had barely reached the castle door when Bedik killed 2 of the sparrows. With that, the 2 knees of the giant were broken. He killed 2 more sparrows, and the giant's 2 arms withered. He killed 2 more, and the lungs and heart of the giant ceased to breathe and beat. He killed the last sparrow. The giant knocked his head against the threshold of the castle. His skull was broken, and his brains oozed out. That's cool. Very metal. A black smoke rose from his mouth and nostrils as he lay dead as a stone. That's some magic ass death. Thereupon Bedik came on horseback like a flash of lightning. The maiden descended from the tower, and they embraced one another. At once they decided to go to the maiden's parents and celebrate their wedding. They collected all the wealth of the invulnerable giant, and mounting the horse of lightning, began to proceed toward the east. The maiden, being the only child of the king of the east, he was greatly grieved at her loss, seeing that he was getting old. There was no successor to his throne. On the day following the maiden's disappearance, the king had sent his servants to the 7 wise monks, asking their advice. And he had received the following message: "The hero who carried your daughter off is a prince. At the end of 7 years, your daughter will be restored to you by the same hero, as pure and chaste as before." The anxious father waited for 7 long years. It was the last day of the 7th year. The king and his subjects had made great preparations for the reception of the returning princess and her hero. Toward the evening, the king and his peers were looking anxiously from the 7 towers of the city wall. The sun was just going down, when a flash as of lightning was seen on the western horizon. In the twinkling of an eye, Bedik and the maiden reached the city gate on the back of their fiery steed. They were received amid wild acclamations of the crowd, and were led to the king's palace. There they knelt before the king and told their story. The king blessed them, and for 40 days and 40 nights, the wedding feast was celebrated. They attained their wish. May heaven grant you may attain your wishes. 3 apples fell from heaven, 1 for me, 1 for the storyteller, and 1 for him who entertained the company. That is, that's another one. This is a really good. This is like 2 send-offs, which is for such a long and hearty story. That I like that it wasn't just like they killed the giant and they lived happily ever after. There was like a scene, like a final scene for them to sort of like triumphantly return home. That's pretty sick. This is one of the better stories I've read. I'm still grumpy that there wasn't prince and giant yaoi, but it is fairy tale times after all. But this was quite good. Top tier. Oh yeah, I'm not signed in. I don't know why I would have this as my favorite. But yeah, good shit, y'all. Good shit. Some solid representation from Armenian folktales. I'm the first one was meh, but the second one was good, and the third one was excellent. I read them in the order of building them up, just like the the bow and arrow, the magic sword, and the lightning horse should have been explained. I also did 3 stories, which is, that's fairy tale approved. So I am going to take a quick little break. And then we are going to get into some Monster Hunter. Oh wait, what is that? Oh, that's my D&D setup. I have to rotate my camera when I do D&D. And I use OBS as a digital or as a virtual camera. So yeah, take a quick break. Make sure to stretch. Make sure to look at something at least 20 feet away. Hydrate. Go piss girl. Rest eyes. I will be back in 5 minutes. I promise I won't be gone for an hour this time. I promise this is a real 5-minute break. There's not a there's no chance that something wild will happen, and there's no chance that I'm jinxing it right now by saying that. So I will see you in a few minutes. Ooh, we're back. See what I tell you? What I tell you? You were worried. I know you were worried. Don't worry about it. We're good. Let's get into some monhun. Oh, listen to this fucking Baldur's Gate ass. Love that shit. Alright, let me make sure I can hear the game good. Yeah. Alright. So we have just faced the Jiwu. So we are chilling in this little zone here. Am I cold right now? Why am I? I never understand what the maybe I'm hungry? Oh, I was not paused for a long time. I think that's probably it. Okay. We want can't go on with a veggie meal. That's fainting one time. Peaceful. Sometimes decreases damage to good. I think I'm not certain what we're gonna be fighting next, so I think we'll just do I actually made something really similar to this a little bit ago. I made like a cabbage cheese, like with blue cheese thing. I'm gonna do this is a very cute. Can I screenshot this somehow? That's a cute shot. Do that. I need to find a good way to get Alma to pose with us. I know that she sometimes like waves at the camera. Got a sort of purple and orange thing going on right now. That's kind of cool. Yeah, we can stick with that. That actually looks kind of cool. Okay, there's no difference in those. Oh yeah, I also saw that there was... I'll deal with it later. I don't want to waste my register. Okay, yeah, that is indeed what happened. I want like a better... I'll pick up better slinger
Hunter,
ammo later.
are you ready to go look for Arkfeld?
Yes.
Me too. Do you really think Arkfeld is just like any other monster now?
Not sure. It's too soon to say. But that's why we're going. To find out.
Come on, Nata. Let's go finish what we started.
Right.
To the lower stratum.
Hunter, I've been thinking a lot about the Keepers and the Guardians. The Wyvern milk kept the Guardians asleep in their cocoons, chained up. But the Keepers have been chained too. By the duty we've upheld for 1,000 years. And Arkfeld came and broke it all apart. But it freed itself, with its own strength. It even learned to eat. It didn't care how it was created. It just wanted to be free, to live. This journey has made me something more. I've seen vast sands, lush forests, people, life. Arkfeld and I are the same. It broke the chains that were holding me and my people back. I'm sure of it. Anyone else's fur getting that funny feeling?
What is this? I think it's... blood.
Fucking blue bloods.
I don't like this place at all.
Is it eating more of the
Some
sacred?
are rotting. Some fresh.
Yeah.
Did it?
All of them?
There he is.
Why?
This isn't predatory behavior. It's destructive. We can't let this go on.
There's no other way.
It has human disease.
What do you mean?
I'm sorry. Arkfeld has become a threat to the continued existence of this ecosystem. It must be put down.
No! Please. Please!
Nata.
If anyone should be angry, it's me. And I hate that it happened. This is the first thing it ever got to decide for itself. To be free. To live strong. Please. Don't do this. I'm begging you.
It can't control itself.
The path we must take is clear.
For the continued preservation of this ecosystem, the Guild authorizes you to slay the Guardian Arkfeld.
Acknowledged.
No, please! There has to be another way! It finally got its chance to live!
Alright, we have to, yeah, those chains. Definitely. Oh, I should have equipped that, like,
Arkfeld's lost control. It's gone berserk. Don't let your guard down.
fuck me. whatever we had. Is that fiber?
Mind if I hop on?
Not at all. I like if there was something that was
Leave this to me. Heels inbound.
you doing Dragon Ball? I don't think I'm. Ow. Oh, Donkey's doing Oh, these, man, I should really be looking out for that. Yeah, fuck your tail. That's it.
Leave this to me. Heels inbound.
I thought you. See, I never know if he has wounds or if he's using dragon damage.
insect status.
Smoke nut, bonbon.
Tracks.
Oh, your tail fell off. Oh, is that it? Ah. Fucking kidding me?
Our only path forward is to put a stop to Arkveld, the White Ring.
As a hunter, I'll do what has to be done.
I know you will.
Is there something that gives me dragon without reducing fire? Not really. I hope it doesn't, like, heal? I think I was just in here.
Wow, what a view!
Okay, here's my... Wait, is he? No, he's still... Dude. Oh, can you still hit me with your tail? that even a wound? Man, why do you not pick me up tonight, Polly?
Leave this to me! Heels inbound! Hang on tight! Don't get shaken off!
Man, I really thought there was gonna be a way to like break his chain things, but maybe I'm just not good enough. Wild seed oil. I don't know what that. Oh, milky. I imagine that's for some sort of trap. Oh yeah, I need to check my titles. Keep getting new ones.
So, I'm confused. Why did Arkfeld come here?
Obviously. Good question. This is where the dragon torch is supposed to be, right? We already know that Arkfeld was drawn to powerful sources of elemental energy it could harvest.
And this was the mother lode?
Maybe, despite feeding, it still had impulses as a guardian. Either way, I guess we'll never know. Wyveria's energy source. In a way, it's the very heart of this land's ecosystem.
I want to go to the Dragon Torch. It's the last piece of the puzzle. What Arkfeld was after. I need to know.
Let's look for a way forward.
Hey, over here!
Look.
That's gotta be it, right? But something's taken it over.
It can't be. A guardian?
Better not have to fight it right now without doing some research.
What? The Dragon Torch? Taken over by...
Whatever that thing possessing it was, had looked ready to awaken at any moment.
What is it?
It is Xochitl. Wyveria created it as their final line of defense.
This is the very guardian that doomed the capital.
We thought it fell dormant. But if it's been drawing energy directly from the Dragon Torch the whole time...
We can't leave it unchecked. Surely there's some way to deal with it.
Without exception, a Guardian cut off from its energy supply will die. If we put a stop to the Dragon Torch, Xochitl will perish too.
But the entire Eastlands are sustained by the energy from the Dragon Torch. If we stop it,
It would affect all life in this region as we know it.
Tell me how we can stop the Dragon Torch.
Nata's pendant. As part of our deep knowledge of this energy, we possess a substance to counteract it. Nata's pendant is an extremely concentrated mass of that countervailing power. It was his father's role to stop the Dragon Torch in a time of crisis.
So that's the trick.
Let's calm down.
Nata, that pendant is a memento from your father. What do you want to do?
I don't know.
Unleash its power. And this land will be wiped out. The Keepers know the Torch and Guardians better than anyone. Advice would be welcome.
Us? Our forefathers knew little. As for us, we know as much as you. Simple observers have no right to decide the fate of the world.
Even so, someone has to. My vote is to save as many lives as possible. We must stop the Dragon Torch.
Whoa, hold on. After we investigate. We don't have all the information.
You're idiots to throw it away. The world will never see such innovation again.
Says the man who has seen what these menaces are capable of. Or shall we wait for the worst?
Then let me study it, see how it works. Then do what you want. Easy.
Easy's no word to just throw around. This will destroy their natural order. Their society will be completely uprooted.
But at least they won't be dead.
That may be true, but the comparison's not that simple.
Seriously, like what right do we even have? We can't just march in as outsiders and decide.
Right. But we're running out of time. The lives involved take priority. It'll be my sword to fall on, and I will. I can take the pendant.
I'll do it. I'll stop the Dragon Torch.
Nata.
It's what my father would have wanted. This is my role.
I admire your resolve. Are you sure?
Olivia, let us take it from here.
We'll go with him. You're okay with that?
Call on me if I'm needed. I'll be ready.
Nata,
Tashin, wait here for me.
my boy.
I'll be okay. I'm a keeper too.
Like, I have nothing to teach you anymore, nephew. Broken chains. I can't interact with Poopy.
Hunter,
There he is. Oh, does he lead me to treasure like he did in the old one? Damn, no.
Yeah.
Ecological shifts in every region of the Forbidden Lands at once. The implications are dire. I want more time, but there is no time. Our jobs are always a non-stop barrage of judgment calls. Valid.
Oh.
Are you off? Yes, I see. I like these little round birds. The
Well, what can I just great.
Olivia said Nata should resolve, but I'm not so sure that's what Nata's strength really is. Hey, be sure to check on him, yeah? He must be feeling lots of things right now.
You know where
Or-
to find me.
or you.
Just great.
That's not what I asked.
What are we making today?
Do I have any new kit available? Ooh, Arkfeld. It's dragon based, I think. 196, 10 affinity, 140 dragon. 238, minus 10 affinity, 90 dragon. I think I like this a little bit more. 196, 238, that is a pretty big difference. I don't like the low affinity weapons. Oh, but it's got 2 slots. Fuck. Oh, and it just uses, oh, it's not even it's generic Guardian stuff. Tough Guardian bone, which I'm pretty sure I can find at bone piles.
Anything catch your eye?
Sure, there's a lot of empty space on the right, huh? I wonder if mayhaps, perchance. Guardian Trudis. A prolonger versus focus. What does focus do again? Fill rate for weapons with gauges and the charge rate for weapons with charge attacks. $527 for that. 27. It's just not this. It's just not the sharpest.
What are we making today? Done already?
Oh.
Just great. Anything catch your eye?
Okay. I don't think I can craft the... I need more Guardian Secret stuff. This looks sick, though. And I like the look of that, they both look really good. And I like the power that it gives to Jumpmaster. It doesn't, you don't get knocked back in the air, which is pretty sick. Definitely need to go after Julu. I'm suspicious I needed more dragon resistance for that fight. Film stuff looks pretty sick. Whoa. That's cool as hell. Almost like that a little bit better. Definitely that one. Light resistance. Hey, let's go. Oh, I think flare was something that I wanted. Makes it easier to inflict wounds. Upon inflicting enough damage, also deals additional non-elemental damage. Nice. That's pretty chill. Flare and blade resistance for all of them. Reduces by 50, reduces by 75, nullifies. That's pretty chill.
Look good?
I forget that I can pigment, or it's just, I think I have to unlock that stuff in order to use it. Guardian blood, guardian
Look
health.
good?
Easy.
Alrighty. Perfection. Yaha.
Oh, it's so rude that not all of them have 2 slots. It gives some fire resistance and... Oh, it is weak to dragon. Interesting.
Boy. Yo.
I need to wear something that's going to be a little bit more in the middle.
Hal. Boy.
What does protection do? Just randomly reduces damage.
Yo.
like the brace. What's that adapt do again? Oh, heat and cold. It's not bad. Wish there was an anti-blight jewel. Maybe there is. It's just a high level one. Let me equip botany. Or geology, I mean, and the ranger jewel. Now I've got double geology.
Fits you to a T.
That suddenly became very nice out.
Come. Are you looking for something?
I wish I could look up what the skills do, because I don't remember at all what they do when I'm looking at them here. Definitely don't plan on using the magazine jewel. Shock was kind of lame, but we'll keep it just in case. Leap of Faith also sounded interesting. Leap jewel, jump master, climber. And I don't know the point of a climber jewel. I don't believe you can combine them. It's gonna suck if I figure out. I guess you can combine them in multiple slots. That's what you do. I think survival is just healing related thing.
I hope it suits your taste.
Alright, what do we got? Bandolier. Tetrad shot. Rapid morph. Water attack. Fire attack. I think I have all of these. I'm gonna sell them.
Give it a try.
Yeah, I had one already. Stream jewel, bolt jewel. I would also like to see how many levels a skill has, because there's no way I need more than that many jewels of a given thing. I think the attack ones have like 5 levels, so I should probably be hanging on to those actually. One jewel I don't like.
There you are.
Alright, what do we got? Escape. Bind resistance. I think we have that already. Entomologist. I don't have
Try.
that.
Take care now.
You're the same person.
Cable run.
Yeah.
See you around.
Good hunter. The keepers stand ready to guard history's secrets. You have accepted that burden. It is not why we were put here. Or is that not why we were put here? Our reason for being? To be enshrined here forever alongside Viria and the Guardians and all the mistakes of the past. That sucks, dude. You're a hunter. I'm a handler. We know what needs to be done here. Each day, each decision, all we can do is push past any tears or doubts to do what we believe is best. Oh, do I not get a mission for... Maybe it'll show up later. It's interesting what that is. It's hunting, slaying. Hunting is like, you can actually capture them if you want. If it says slay, slay. Logan. Yeah, although like low level. Don't pay too close attention, Pico. We're going to be killing your brethren.
There's a lot of them. Let's get to it.
Commencing quest now. Are you prepared?
I think so. 2. Guardian Sacred Feathers.
You can carve materials off of small monsters as well.
Yeah, that's what we're doing here. What did you think we came here for?
Wow,
Say
what a view!
Ooh, fireflies.
Researching endemic life is part of the hunter's duty, you know? What you think we'll find?
Nitro code.
That's my partner.
Excellent work. That's another class complete.
I should have grabbed some guardian bones. And some bone piles for my extra weapons. I don't know if I want to use them though. Maybe not.
Hunter, I...
Yes. God, what a good percentage. Man, I should have used all these potions and shit in my... I need to stop killing those kids around me. to keep making it at the moment. Yeah, we'll make some more, or no, we'll make some, or, I'm using either Demon Drug or Barrel Bones. Neutral everything at the moment. I'd love a like an evade boosting. Sure. Oh yeah, okay, so that's why when I fought him the first time my blades didn't go through the chain. That makes sense. Where's my, like, hunter card? There it is. I'm offline right now. No. It's not next on. How do you edit? Because I'm not online. Oh, here we go. White wind. Wobbly. Schemer. Grillmeister. Lemonhead. like very strong. On sale now. Like, I do like wobbly. Wobbly style. Star is a good choice, I think. Let me choose the black star. Wobbly hunter. Wobbly Moxie. Wobbly warrior is very powerful. Awards. Have I put all my awards in? I have, haven't I? Do they give me any more? Oh. They give me a different background, perchance? Ancient records. Pretty good. Alright. I wanna see if I can make that.
Just great.
That's it.
Got something in mind? Yo.
Okay, moment of truth. I think I like this one more. That one's not bad. I don't like the way that it's just a little too long. I don't like the cod piece on. Oh, that's not the right one. I like everything about the back, but I don't like the front of this one.
Ready to get to work? ready to work. Alrighty. Perfection.
It's got thunder resistance, which I not really. Oh, I don't have that in my Graydow set. So that's something. This like setup is so sick.
Yeah.
I think I need to go for the skirt.
Yo.
I want burst and flay in the same set.
Boy. Look good. Alrighty. Perfection.
Let's get oh, you know what? I think I've
Fit you to
completed
a
5
T.
missions. Let me see if my little mission giver is nearby. I'm here, maybe? Buddy? Maybe not. We have to be at an actual camp. Oh wait, is that a mini game? Do I have to like stop petting it at a specific time? It's all very slowly coming back to me. I feel like that was not always super clear. If this is your choice, I have no reason to object. I'm counting on you. Save these people, Hunter. Why turn to me? You already have your answer, don't you? expecting there to be more dragon stuff, but I don't think that's going to be the case. Of the egg. Repeatedly activates a temporary attack boost at random intervals. So it's great. So next attack, so I'm not doing that. Just doing plain old regular. Egg plus veggies sounds fantastic. Oh, look at that. Running nuke. I think we continue with the story for now.
Hunter, if we don't stop the dragon torch, Xochitl will awaken, right? And if it does, terrifying things might happen. This is my job as a keeper. It's what I'm supposed to do. Will you come with me and help me do it? Thanks.
We're almost there.
This has been some journey, huh? Arkfeld, the Guardians, the Dragon Torch, and now... Wyveria's secret weapon.
I miss napping on the sandship deck. That pack of Balahara was... terrifying.
Poor Nona really had a scare.
You were so cool, though. I was afraid of you at first. Could I really trust a stranger who could cut down monsters like that to get me home? I really knew nothing then. I didn't know that sand could be as thick as fog. I'd never seen someone laugh like Nona during the season of plenty. I'm sorry for not listening when we found Raydao.
The red water? Triple gangers?
The fire spring was so exciting.
Humans, Mudwoods, monsters, we're just trying our best. The Guardians too, especially them. Before meeting you all, I really didn't know anything.
Nata.
It's time the Keepers see their mission through.
take much to wake it up.
The dragon torch. To think that little pendant can stop it.
We don't have to do this. There's one other option.
Hunter, are you sure? Right. It's worth a shot, isn't it?
Yeah, let's do it!
Leave this to me.
Is it hunting the Mon?
Watch, Nanta. This is what hunters do.
Elma, I need authorization. Elma, I know it's like just protocol, but like, you should. Where's that sword from? Sure hope this thing does dragon damage.
By my own order.
Oh shit.
I will slay Zoshia.
Let's do this!
Generating. We need to attack them before that happens.
All ready when you
good.
It's like an inferno!
It's behaving differently. Be careful!
Hang on tight! Don't get shaken off!
not mean to switch to my inside foot. I gotta pick up his head. I gotta pick up his fucking tail. Oh god, there's so much. Fuck, where's his fucking... I think his tail is over here. Fuck. Maybe I picked it up as part of that. Grinder jewel. I think I have that. You're not there.
Tashin! Tashin!
My boy! Against all odds, you found another way. You hunters are incredible.
That's right, we
You
solved the
chose a
problem with
path
violence.
that we never could.
Tashin, we can choose. Arkfeld chose too. It found its own way to live. So did the other Guardians. And now, it's time for the Keepers to step away from duty and truly live. Thank you for everything.
the graphics can't properly describe. This would look really cool if we didn't have medium settings. Ooh, I like those big antlered leaf patterns. Ooh, I like those big floppy eared things. Oh, I caught some of those. I didn't realize their ears were so big. I thought my hunter rank was gonna get higher by the end. I assume if it's anything like the previous Monster Hunter games, there's like plenty of extra content. I assume you climb hunter ranks a lot faster post-game. I know a bunch of people are in the hundreds, and I'm 7 after finishing. monsters that were like a regular Graybles, just the Guardian version. And probably one of the other Guardian one that was like the four-legged creature with the big tail. They'll have a chunky tail. That's how you know you can slice it off.
So they found the Keeper's village. And unraveled the mystery of the White Wraith. They even managed to see the boy home safe. Truly impressive. However, to learn that it was artificial life...
The Guardian Arkveld scoured the land for a more lucrative energy source. By absorbing the properties of those sources, it was able to achieve a higher state of living.
Unfortunately, after learning predation, it became unable to control its intake of wyvern milk. Intoxicated by the surplus of energy, it descended into madness. These were the findings of the expedition?
Yes, sir. But this report has just come in.
Wyveria's ultimate guardian, Zoshia, awoke from its resting place. It fed off the Dragon Torch, the heart of the Forbidden Lands ecosystem, to evolve itself. And by doing so, threw the weather of the surrounding regions into disarray. Cognizant of the long-term repercussions, Avis Unit made the agonizing decision to put Zoshia to rest. A life-altering end. Just as Alma said, that hunter is something else.
Sir, if I may, why do you think the people of Wyveria created the Guardians? For what purpose would they endanger themselves with monsters like Zoshia?
I dare not dishonor them with conjecture.
The details require finesse, but it seems the door is open to diplomatic overtures between East and West. The Guild, I know, is eager to open communications with the Forbidden Lands.
No. We will hold
They're
off.
forbidden for a
Should
reason.
that branch be extended, it must be from them. More importantly, this dragon torch, was it? Uncontrollable energy, upon which an entire ecosystem depends. They intend to continue their research on it, and the artificial monsters.
While it's safe for now, the Dragon Torch and Guardians are in a precarious balance. There are worries surrounding its artificial nature.
My take is this. Both mankind and their creations play a role in the ecosystem. If nothing else, nature will always surpass humanity's expectations. This expedition was not seen through without flaw. But, so long as there are hunters, we can handle whatever may come.
Alma! Hunter! Is it
Got
true?
rid of his scarf.
Come on.
Ooh, is it a secret, baby?
It's Arkveld's.
Oh.
The will to live always finds a way. From one
Got it.
generation to the
Alma
next.
is Jeff Goldblum. Life finds a way. Look at that set of rocks that's like just stacked up perfectly in the distance. It's weird to see that area where you fight the lightning dragon in like non-storm. Pendant.
Good morning. Did you have a good rest? A sand ship arrived while you were sleeping. Olivia has returned too. What do you say we stop by the command tent when we get the chance?
Well, what can I... Yep. Anything catch your eye? Bar. we making today? Anything catch your eye?
Oh, there's not a... That's rude.
Subar? Got something in mind?
Chain blade.
Ready to get to work? Anything catch your eye?
Whoa. Dragon 15.
Subar? I'm ready to work. Alrighty. Perfection.
Meow! This is great!
Look at him. Look at him.
Ready to get to work? Alright. Perfection. I'm ready to work. Alright. Perfection. Subar? Subar. Subar?
I hope there's a bunch more mantles. Certainly looks like there's space for it.
Come back anytime.
You keeping stocked?
We...
I've heard the stories. Avis unit hunter, right? If half of it's true, you're quite the beast. Sorry, manners. I, Captain Expedition Support Ship. Word is investigation will last a while. The higher-ups figured you'd need to beef up your provisioning, so they deployed us here. I'll be making supply runs back and forth from here on. You see my mug around the ship's inn. The support ship will now occasionally visit the Windward Plains, purchase goods with guild points when it's in the area. The supply shipment will differ with every visit. If you need something specific, you can request a large shipment for the next visit through the request goods menu. Neat.
Yo. Anything you like. Have at ya.
Ooh, I can explicitly ask for monster bits. That's cool. Is this a bow gun? Oh, yeah. Oh, and it's a sword and shield.
All right. And what will be needed? All right. You seeing you?
Why can't I pull that up now?
Still on for now.
Is it because I'm on the phone?
Got ourselves a decent all we do.
Howdy. Never hunt on an empty stomach.
Impressive. Thanks. This is serious. Impressive. Thanks. This is serious.
Impressive. Thanks. This is serious.
Highest one with leadership. Oh, almost probably in the tent over there. Yeah.
Hi.
Hunter, I've got something here from my village, and I'd like you to have it. Uncle Tashin told me he was grateful to you for breaking the chains that bind us. I'm sure there's more to it than I'm understanding, but I feel the same way. So please, take this as a thank you. Receive the Dragon Torch Wings Pendant. Use the appearance menu at camp to adjust your pendant settings. That's kind of cool. want to find an evade-based jewel. That would be pretty chill. Bodies of small insect monsters won't be destroyed alone. Interesting. Could they not be carved already? Put on Ranger Jewel for now. Yeah, that looks cool. I want more of the Shuju set. But I think that's... Oh yeah, when it crystallized. Oh, interesting. When it crystallized, it looked like it was or weaker to my attacks, but maybe that's wrong. It was very pretty. Alright, I think this is a perfect time to save. Yeah, we finished we saw the credits of Monster Hunter. We got to end game, which is really just the beginning if you think about it. Hunter level 8. So 92 more levels to go before I'm even with most of the people that I see playing the game. But yeah. Keep an eye out for the comic to go up. It'll be later today, aka tomorrow. If you're weird like me and don't say it's tomorrow until you sleep. And otherwise have a fantastic Saturday. I will be on Sunday evening. We're gonna be back at it. We're gonna be drawing. So yeah. Have a fantastic rest of your Friday night. If you still got any. Very much appreciate everyone that comes in. Thank you for all the new follows. Thank you for the lurkers. Thank you for the viewers on YouTube. Do me a favor, stop by Larch Spinny when you got a second, you feel like you're reading something. Let me drop a link in there. I would, I should make like I should make a command that does this. Just pop yourself in here. Check that out. Go read that. So I made that. That's the thing that you probably read it already if you're watching me regularly. So you get to see it. But there's the whole thing. You get to read it in context. But yeah. Appreciate you all. Have a good one. And bye.